Hi guys. I saw the news, yeah. Quantum Computing Inc. selling a few chips. Morning. Let's see, Star Surgical up 25%. Alcon buying Star. Arteris. Arteris. I'm not sure what's going on with this company. Pfizer reported Navitas is down after earnings, so is HIMS down 12%. Nvidia's flat. Palantir's up 7%. Persian's trading a lot for some reason. I mentioned Quantum Computing Inc., which is up 6% on a $70,000 deal. $70,000 deal. Yeah. They're slowly working their way up to, $1 million of revenue. D-Wave's up 3%. AMD's up a little bit. Getty's flat. Figma's rebounding a tiny bit. American Eagle's down, or sagging, maybe we should say. Tesla's down 50 bips. Yeah, Open Doors, of course, again, trading the most. Castle Bioscience is up 23%. Not sure what's going on there. I guess they... What are these guys? This is more of like a diagnostics. They must have renamed themselves or something. XGen's up, Syndex is up, Smith & Nephew's up. Is Vertex down? I saw the phase 2 failed. The earnings seemed fine. Global Foundries down a little. TransDigm down 8%. Big company. CRISPR down 9%. HIM's the big story, down 13%. There's Vertex down 13%. Big drop for a huge drug company. We're going to dive into that. See if we can pick a bottom or something. It was 470 last night. Took a pit stop at 430 in the after hours. Bottom around 400. It's 409 at the moment. By value, Palantir's traded $1 billion. Nvidia roughly the same. Tesla $500 million. AMD same. Coinbase down 3% on a quarter bill. Microsoft up fractionally. Accenture down fractionally. Star and HIMS about a quarter bill. One being acquired, one rough quarter. Pfizer, Amazon, Figma. Meta, Welltower, Apple. Robinhood down 40 bips. Joby up 3%. Wild company. Wild. International dropped this morning. So you can now look at international stocks and go down. It's still early days, but I do say, where should we start? Which country? We'll start over in London, where GSK And you've got GSK-LN. So here's GSK in London. Of course, you can look at description. Still some kinks to work out for sure. But that's GSK London. How about just a company that only trades in London? So let's see. Royal Dutch Shell, I think, or there's Shell PLC. That's London only. You see it's quoted in pounds. Right now it's, like things like prices and charts work, but we're still working on. News seems to work, which is great. All right, we'll skip over to Japan. There's Toyota. You see it's in yen. Check the news, see if this works. Seems to work. News about Toyota. That's cool. Just a little bit of a description here. What other countries do we want to head out to? Let's see, Ubisoft in Paris. There it is, €8. Description. Game developer. Use. Use works. Rainbow Six. That's their game. What's in Australia? BHP. BHPAU, right? Australian Composite. Applies. Australian miners. $9,478 in Japan. There it is. 366 yen. Chart is up. Stock has been performing. Japan has been closed for many hours, so. And they're off. Vertex, I think, is the one we want to focus on. No, we care. I mean, I care about retail. It's not that I don't care. It's just that I'm focused on institutions. I want everybody to use it. Yeah, it might be yesterday's close. But we should have real time in Japan soon. But Japan closed hours ago, so it's, I think, yesterday's close. So right now it's a daily close. All right, let's see where Vertex is at. Yeah, we're negotiating with each country and each exchange to get real time for each place, but you also have to, pay extra for those, entitlements, because they're not cheap. You could spend hundreds of dollars on market data. We'll try to amortize some of that for you guys, but it's not easy. Big red candle opening the day for Vertex here. Yeah. Pain drug failed. 12% year-over-year revenue growth, not bad, but it's also one of these things where things aren't picking up, and is Jornovics selling or not is the question. And let's see. So Trikafta did 2551, pretty good. I thought they would have a down quarter. Because of Alifrek. But Alifrek was a little slower maybe than expected. But big number in total. I mean, that's 2.7. So Cystic franchise is growing. And then they have Casgevy, so 30.4 for Casgevy. Not bad, actually. Not a huge number, but it's going. And then 12 for Jornovics, which for the hot new pain drug is not looking so good. Jornovics may be dead on arrival, unfortunately. I was excited about Jornovics, but no go. I thought it would be multi-billion, so much for that. They need to develop a better version. I'm sure they will someday. So let's see, you're dealing with about $16 a share of earnings. About $4 billion. So 23 times. $12 billion in revenue. It's growing revenue at 7 times. Not bad. It's a little tricky though, because you have to value the pipeline. Obviously, the patents do expire. They're not forever assets. They have some proteins coming out. Didn't raise guidance. Yeah, hard to get too excited about Vertex. Check what the DCF says. $600, but I also had Jornovics. Well, I tempered my Jornovics to $2.5 billion. That looks like it's still going to be, unfortunately, too high. Cut that again. Still got $500 a share. And I do think this is pretty conservative. Now it's at 400, so it's not like that much of a win. Now, if they can show some pipeline success and show that they're not inept, you know, you could make the case for some pretty strong returns. But new management, it's not clear that they know what they're doing. You know, I agree 350 would be better. Well, so much for QUBT and their award. That pop faded very quickly. $70,000 doesn't go that long. Doesn't go that long of a way in the stock market now, does it? Yeah, it's pretty common for something like that to happen, Clark, because the direction of the company's trajectory is changing. If you're going to grow 50% or faster, I think they might be able to accelerate their growth, right? So if you look at Palantir, here's the Palantir model. What's remarkable about Palantir, and it's extremely unusual, is that their revenue is growing faster as they get bigger. So it's very uncommon. So, you have 13% revenue growth here a couple of years ago. That's pretty modest. They were just kind of sucking wind at this point. Then 17, 20, 21, 27, 30, 36, 39, and then 48. I mean, kind of out of nowhere. And here they raised guidance to, I want to say like a 50-ish% revenue growth, which I'm sure they will beat. So, if they keep doing this. Hey.
Would you like breakfast?
Yeah, just the usual.
Okay.
So, it's still a little tough to make sense of the valuation, but they could just be this big growth company that doesn't stop growing. 10 billion in earnings, let's say. That's 40 times earnings 4 years from now. But again, we don't know. This is like growth moderates. They may actually do something crazy where growth accelerates, in which case, it's actually quite cheap. But again, still a little bit hard to sort of make it make sense. Yeah, I'm not long, I'll say that. But amazing execution by the Palantir team. I mean, every quarter for the last 8 quarters, 10 quarters has been just incredible. Yeah, D-Wave doesn't sell computers too often. Yes, ATYR, best short idea. Haven't looked closely at Syndax. Inspire. Wow. Lord Guidance. This is a sleep apnea company. Reported last night. I gotta start looking at these things more closely. I need an analyst to work with me full time. We're long Abivax. Sorry about my flag. Oh, Mike, this is Akibia. What's US EV? Electric vehicles? Listen, Stan, you got some issues, man. I think it's ABVX and then Quantum on the short side. I can't wait for Quantum earnings. It's going to be great. Okay. Vertex maybe recovering, we'll see. Him's recovering. Lemonade up a lot. Yeah, nobody knows when the Palantir ride will end. I mean, at this rate of performance, you know, they'll just keep rocking and rolling. Well, I love that I have international stocks now in Godel. It's very useful. Here's my... Yeah, I just love that I can look at the international price of everything really easily. Just type it and press enter. Look how seamless. Now Novo is Novo B, so it's a little tricky, but there it is, 313 Krone. Roche. Let's see, maybe I type Roche instead. We're still getting the kinks out, you know. Roche, it's tricky. There's, it's Roche without the G, I guess. But there's Roche participating shares, and then there's Roche Geisenschein shares, which are like, I guess the bearer shares versus the participating shares. It's very weird. But there's Novartis and Swiss franc. Oh, I love this. The guy's cooked. Guy's cooked. Problem is you do have to zoom in quite a bit to see it up here, which I don't like. We'll fix that. Yeah, him's recovering nicely. You know, when you see the market open, that's when the real guys are playing. There's Sanofi, 82 euros, 47 USD. In fact, you can see the price just even before you press enter. You know, you see it populate right there. 401. There's GSK, 37.44, and GSK in London is 13.98. What about CSL in Australia? That's 264.91. Takeda, 14.23 in New York, and 42.19 yen in Japan. Really nice system we're building here. Love it. Chugai, 7,000 yen. Merck in Germany. Remember, there's two Mercks. So we get Dusseldorf here. 108 euros. That is not New York American mark. That is German mark. Buyer, same thing. We've got Hamburg, Frankfurt, 27 euros. Bear making a bit of a comeback there. Or Regeneron. Here's the ultimate test. Indian company, Sun Pharma. Ah, we have it. Look at that. Look at that crazy Indian symbol. What the hell is that? Oh man, now we're gonna have Indians flooding our site. Never pay. All right, Samsung Biologics. Ooh, I found the weak link. We don't have Korea, it looks like. I'll fix that. No, there it is. You just had to type the ticker. I don't know why. And there's Korean won symbol. Love it. Daiichi. What do you mean that's not the right symbol for India, Vinny? Yeah, I've never seen that before for sure. UCB in Belgium. Oh, there's no euro symbol there. I'll get that fixed. TAVO. Oh, we have Hong Kong. TAVO 1590. I just haven't come across a Hong Kong stock yet. Alnylam 420. Unbelievable run for Alnylam here. Argenx also creeping up. Baxter has dropped a bit. Baxter very laden in debt. There's Galderma. Use the euro one for Galderma. Viatris 896. Beijing. American stock. Stellus 1556. 50. Otsuka. Royalty Pharma. Biogen. Summit. I can't believe Summit's up here, man. You gotta think Summit's a short. There's Celltrion. Grifols. Insmed. Unbelievable company. Done really well. Biomarin. Decent report last night. Genmab. And then we have Genmab in Denmark. Okay, here's the test for Hong Kong. Hanso 3692. There it is. Hanso Pharmaceutical in Hong Kong. 3502 Hong Kong dollars. Last I looked at was 24.5, so real big numbers from Hanso. Uther, Organon. Well, there's an Organon crypto that somehow defaults above Organon, the drug company. Okay, here's another test. Shanghai Fosun in mainland China. There it is, mainland China. 2684. These guys cooked. I am so proud of my team. Should I give them a bonus? Hell no. Why pay them for doing their jobs? That's what they're supposed to do. No bonus. Ipsen in France. This is so Ipsen was run by Marc de Garadel, who's now the CEO of Abivax. They did really well. Recordati in Italy. Maybe we don't have Recordati. There it is. Not easy to find though. 50, 55. Neurocrine. Steady, Exelixis, same. Halozyme, Antheus, Orion. This is not easy. This is a Finnish company. Hey, good morning. Great job on international. The people love it. I love it. You guys cooked. Cooked a delicious meal for everybody. Thank you. Yeah, there's still kinks to work out with international. It's definitely not done yet, but Hikari Tushin, that's not the right name of the company. I thought it was Hikma. Did they change? There it is. 1930. Kayawa Kirin. You guys have no idea how happy I am we have this done now. So Madrigal had big numbers, they say. Him's almost up, down only 4% now. Get a rally in Quantum. Ooh, I see it. Darned. Big rally in Quantum. Madrigal 328. TG has been smoked. Axome, Steady Eddie, Legend, same. Blueprint's gone. Got acquired. Adma's pretty steady. Alkermes. Look at all the drug companies. Crystal. Lundbeck. This is a Danish company. Really big. Danish psychiatry company. There's Class A and Class B. They have actually significantly different prices in a sense. I'm going to go with, it's the B shares, I think, that are mostly traded. Sino Biopharm, this is Hong Kong. It's been about 3 months, I would say. 2-3 months. Yeah, let them, I would say let them rally Quantum, who cares? You know, is Sino gone up? Oh, yeah, look at the chart. So yeah, international charting and news seems to be live, which I'm really happy about. Again, something long in the works. The way our system works is very powerful, but it's also a little bit hard to add things necessarily. So, Apellis we should look at. A lot of people are in that one. Soleno, amazing success. Scholar Rock. ACLX, Amphistar, 39, Edgewise, 1372, Kiro, our favorite, 4893. There's Avidity, RNA. Stifel's great, you know, good bank. I mean, again, you know, banks seek to do business with the companies they cover. It's normal, you know, so they generally write buy ratings. Moderna 2740. Denali's really interesting. Probably one company that could treat Alzheimer's someday, but nobody wants to buy it because it's a sophisticated company and they're not a bunch of idiots, and you know, retail wants to only buy the crazy shit. Crinetics stock I like, 2829. There's Protagonist. There's SK Biosciences. I never got to know these guys. It's a very weird company. 44,000 won. And there's SK Biopharmaceuticals. The difference? No idea. That's 96,000 won. Janux, which had pretty good data a while back, but has not been able to rally. Structure, which is a GLP. Structure's gonna have a hard time, man. I think all the GLP guys are gonna have a hard time. It's this market is showing signs of saturation. Everyone who wants Ozempic has gotten Ozempic. Oh, we should look at Rocket, Sana, Beam. So many interesting companies, man. I wish I had all the time to be your biotech analyst, your personal biotech analyst, but that is not what I am trying to do, not what I want to do. But I'm so damn good at it. Okay, just kidding. There's Shanghai Junshi, which has rallied quite a bit out in Hong Kong, and then they also are in mainland. Imagine me, Kevin, looking at international stocks. Imagine Amit, my friend. I'm gonna go on Amit's show and be like, "You're an idiot, my friend." Yeah, that's my friend. Fuck you, my friend. Immunovant's interesting. Harmony. Z-Lab. Bausch. The other Bausch. Telix is a company I don't know much about. Steron. Perennial dog. Corcept's very interesting. I have to really look at all these companies, man. I'm being exceptionally lazy. Supernus. Alteogen. Vaguely recall these guys. Alteogen, wait. Altimmune. Alteogen. Oh, thank you. The DES works here for this Korean stock. Very happy to see that. Thanks, Q. I will. Alteogen is like a biosimilar. Do they have a? They only have a Korean stock. So I don't know why I had them as. Change this formatting to. Move blueprint to the acquisition side. Adios, blueprint. Congratulations. Here I got Kyowa Kirin as well. I gotta change a lot of these. Let's see. Kyowa 2565. This one's euros as well in Finland. Hong Kong dollars and Chinese. Ooh. Yuan, is that how you say it? Or is it? Make sure I'm pronouncing it correctly so I don't offend anybody. CSPC is, what's ticker 1093. And again, we have these Indian prices, which I'm really happy about. Again, not sure. Somebody's telling me that is not the right symbol for Indian currency, and their currency is a little complicated. You got crore, they have the bizarre system where not everything is in hundreds. They've got lakh. All right, does anybody know the crazy Indian currencies?
China.
Yeah, this rally is wild for quantum. I just lost about 3% on it. That's fine. Lundbeck is in Denmark, but they don't have like the weird currency. There's the Indian. I think that's the correct Indian currency. I think we have one Indian guy on the team. I'm gonna ask him why. They messed it up. Another Indian company, Loris. Japanese company, Ono. Do we not have Ono? That's odd. We also now have ADRs, or like OTC, so that's kind of exciting. For some reason, this one's missing. I'll highlight that to the team. Shionogi. What company is that? Or Cipla, another Indian company, 1515. Zobia, Swedish company. Very cool. Sandoz, which is in Switzerland. Although they're Swiss francs, so Switzerland is still on their own currency. Celltrion Health, maybe they got delisted or something. Celltrion's a pretty Celltrion, yeah, I think Celltrion Health is gone. Yeah, we're definitely working on an Excel plugin. Microsoft's changed how they do plugins recently, so we kind of have to adapt to their new thing. Lupin or Rubindo. I'm so happy we have these. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna be trading Indian stocks anytime soon. I actually curious if we're even allowed to here. But it's exciting nonetheless. These are not core. Krone versus core. Would you say stream ended? What does that mean? Innovent, really cool company. Let's see how their stock's been. Rocket ship. Springworks, did they get acquired? So, Tarsus, Rams, 40 Molecular, Amylyx, Venus, oops. Sage got acquired. Evotech. Evotech is Germany, 681. Well, there's two Evotechs. So let's see, there's US Evotech listing and there's German listing. There's Evo in the US, which is the ADR. Oh, here's one I haven't tried yet, Aspen, which is in South Africa. It says Singapore, but I don't think that's right. Aspen. Let's look up the tickers, APN. Aspen Pharmacare, there it is. This is the Rand, South African Rand, right? Geodon Richter, this is in Hungary. Gedeon Richter, I think. Gedeon. Oh, we may not have it. It's also called Richt. Oh, there it is. Hungary the Forint. Look at the name of the company. Isn't that great? The Chemical Works of Gedeon Richter PLC. That's a fucking boss name. The Finest Musical Beats by Metro Boomin. Inc. CanSino. These guys had the COVID vaccine over in China.
China.
Oh, is Relay really down? Wow. There's Syndax, 1229. Delix. Inhibicase. 158. Bacum is a Swiss. Zealand, that's a really exciting Danish company also doing GLPs. Something in the water over there, huh? They have ADR too, I believe. Glenmark, this is an Indian company. CureVac. Learn all these Hong Kong companies too. CarsGen is a car T company, I think. Regenix Bio, that's another interesting one. My old company, TBTX, always a dog since I left. Gear, Mirrors, Kanixa. Fate. Wow, Fate's $1. Prime. JCR. No quote for JCR. Okay, there's two Japanese stocks we don't have a quote for because I think there's some weird thing going on there. Mist Verona. Oh, Taiwan. Pharmacentia. There we go. New Taiwanese dollar. Sweet. Here's another one. I don't even know what country this is. Slovenia? Kirka. Yeah, I don't think we have this one. Oh, we do. Let's go. Slovenian stock market, baby. Rhythm has just been a killer. I highlighted that stock when I was in prison. Allogene's been a dog, as I predicted. Rinia, perennial loser. Everest Medicines is an interesting Hong Kong Chinese company working on getting American drugs out there. Stock's been a rocket ship. Korean stock. I remember Buffett started looking at Korean stocks. It's really interesting. He bought a whole bunch of Korean, and obviously his Japan trade is more celebrated, but every now and then he'd look at these Korean stocks and be like, oh, these are 5 times earnings. What the? How are they so cheap? I'll buy a bunch of them. Fuck it. What these Chinamen are doing. But I like their stocks. You know he's old and racist. Come on. Ypsomed. So it makes syringes. It's a really cool company. B-Lights. One of you guys mentioned B-Light to me. It looks like an uber short. Sega. Biocon. This is a huge Indian biosimilar company. Used to partner with Mylan a lot. Ipca, Indian company I know well. Jade, Aura. I don't know half these fucking companies anymore. TVRD. What the fuck is this? Tivardi? There should be a black Smurf. That's the way it's supposed to be. Silence Therapeutics also has an ADR. Remember that being a foreign stock. Nexon. Design Therapeutics? I don't know half these guys. Diamedica. Luminatus. Puma. I remember old Puma. Alan Auerbach. Journey Medical. Dawn we like. Corvus. Oh, we traded this when I first started streaming. 9. Awesome. That's a funny one. Celas, we've been short, it's rallied. Kairos. Altimmune. Wrong Altimmune. Yeah, Puma. Well, Alan had, Cougar, so he made Puma. And Puma's not gone as great as Cougar did, but Regencell. Uchida, Japanese company. Need my yen symbol. First, I need this. Mirum. Mirum bought some of my old drugs. Verve. Verve got acquired. Santen, big Japanese pharma. Also does not have a quote because it's on, I think it's on the Osaka or something. A couple of these are on Osaka, that's why you can't see them. You can't, they're John Cena. They're traded on the John Cena exchange, you can't see them. Agios would love to put them out of their misery. Arcus. Amarillo, man. LDX. Spiriano is dogging them. That stock has been a good short. People don't need more cholesterol meds, turns out. Iridian. These guys have the next, what do you call it? The IGF for TED. Farming. Our boy. Catalyst. Cytodyne. Hey. 28 cents. Humusite. I had it at $5. Where is it now? Oh, $2.39. For shame. ATYR. I had it at $6. Now it's at $5. Oh. Wonder why. Eurogen 2024. They got an approval. MGTX. Dropped a bit. Liquidia. Huge rally. We were long that. Epsi. $3. Galapagos. Now this is another one that's dual listed. Entrada. Dropped a lot. Idea. I thought this guy's got acquired. I guess not. Oh, good old Mankind. This is like the stock I maybe will be most remembered for. Cosmo is an interesting Swiss company. They do bowel stuff. Like a GI specialist. There's Mankind spelled correctly, and then there's Mankind like Alman, M-A-N-N. There's two Mankind's, and then I think the Indian Mankind is now bigger than the original Mankind. And there's Sichuan. Isn't that a style of cooking? Is that an area of China? Sichuan? You have to learn a lot about China if you're going to trade the stock market. It's pretty important. I don't think you can. I mean, Charlie Munger said, I don't think you can look at the market if you're not looking at China. He said, if I were young, that's all I would do. I'd probably live there. So you can trade Hong Kong very easily. Trading Hong Kong's like trading the US. Prax is at 5101. What the fuck? Oh, this has been a 50 bagger? Hold up. I have the wrong price? No, it's not a 50 bagger. Do they reverse? Oh yeah, kinda. No, it's never a dollar. Maybe they reverse merged. Sagimet. Or Immune. Ironwood. Ironwood 78 cents. Wow. I remember people like that stock. Maddox. Eladon. MindMed. This is like some crazy psychedelics. ADCT. I always like that stock. It's a complete dog. 98 cents for Ocugen. Solid Biosciences. I mentioned this is the Duchenne dad trying to save his boy. Gotta love that. Gotta root for that. Actuate, InflaRx, IFRX, Protara. This is my former colleague's company. Shkreli Cub. So G1 Therapeutics. Those guys got acquired? Maybe. Medicine Nova, these guys have been around forever, just trying to barely exist. HTX, I mean, this is our merger art play. Finally got bought out. Vigil. Omeros. Another dog, YMAB. YMAB could be interesting. There's Calvista. Disc Medicine got acquired by Lilly, I want to say. But no, maybe not. I think I'm somebody else. iPoint. Well, you got to titrate your discount rate to like whatever the market is telling you. So if all of your valuations are too high, you know, obviously your discount rate is too low across the board. So as long as the discount rates are kind of make sense relative to each other, I think you'll be fine. Nektar had the unbelievable comeback. Carta. Rival Therapeutics. These guys. Oh, this is Poland. Sick. It's the one Polish stock I have here. It's the Polish zloty. 30.45. Let's see if Excel has the zloty. I'm almost certain it does, but you got to go look. It's not really in alphabetical, amazingly. It starts in alphabetical, and then it like keeps repeating itself. It's bizarre. Poland, zloty. Poland. There's Albanian lek. I need a Polish zloty. Come on. There we go. ZL. What? I did it wrong. Clicked the wrong thing, maybe. There it is. Funky ZL there. These guys can go away. Accuten. Or Asiragen. Yeah. I think those guys are gone. ADXS is. These guys are gone too. Valneva. Did they get acquired? No. Still around in France. Yeah, you can see Excel's not perfect. I mean, you gotta go to scroll down like crazy to get the euro. It's not really, it's made for all spreadsheet users, not just finance. So like finance specific Excel could be good. Third harmonic. Cala, that's the one Hikaru mentioned to us. Toa. Again, if I want to go to yen. Pain in the ass to go find it. There's Knight. This is Indian company. Really weird management. And Bitcoin's there. That's really funny. Morning. Awesome job, man. What? Awesome stuff. The boys cooked. I'm updating all my international stocks. I love it. And there's news. Oh, let's go. We gotta celebrate. We gotta take the boys out drinking, but half of our fucking staff is underaged for drinking. You freaks. What is the Canadian dollar? Is it just CAD? I mean, how do people do that usually? Is it just type CAD? Call it a day? We should have a Canadian dollar symbol that we make just to disgrace them. What do you think? You like that? Smoke them out then. Yeah, so I think I want to do like CAD as the currency for Canada, because I don't want it to. I don't want to think that it's real American money. That dirty Canadian money is just not. We're not doing that. Maze, 1460, Ethos, 1010. Is Ethos gone or something? turns, 583. Now here's Apivax. There's now the French stock and the American stock. So how's our American? 69.33. How's our French? 61.20 euros. Oh, that one did really well. I know a bunch of guys that were in that early. Morphic I bought. Yeah. Lens. People were pushing me this yesterday. Vidal. Biomia is another Shkreli Cup, I think. Not sure. Moonlake. Ligand. Client. Valent. Is this right? Wow. Idorsia, that's a Swiss company. Husband and wife team, I believe. Fibergen like went out of business basically. Oh, still kicking, still kicking. So many biotech companies. We don't need this money. Anavex. Oh, it's so close. Anavex is. It's gonna be so sweet, man. We're gonna make so much money this year. It's almost not fair. You crying for these baggies? I'm sorry for you baggies, man. You don't deserve this. That's why I reach out to you. I feel bad for you, man. I got a soul. I'm not like all these Wall Street cats. I want you to lose everything. I got a real soul in here somewhere. I feel bad for you idiots, man. I'm not saying I like you. I just feel bad for you. It's pathetic. It's like looking at a homeless man smoking crack on the sidewalk. Looking at him like, damn, shit's that bad? Good job, baggy. What are you doing? Buying D-Wave. What's wrong with you? You know how this is gonna end? Yeah, you're smoking crack now, you feel good. But that's not the solution. Crack's not the answer. Ion Q's not the answer. You know that. Come on, man. I'll do anything for some crack. Pathetic. Pathetic. Let me get that. Don't make me beat you up. Fucking basehead. Better have my money. Yeah, a lot of biotechs, man. I've just gone through about 400 of them. I really don't know what they all do anymore. I've lost track. Some of these companies I do know well, of course. Tangled with many of them. There's no Palantir Bio. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make any sense. You're not dealing with the world of bits, you're dealing with the world of atoms. bright lines that a lot of people were trading way back when it went up like 1,000,000%. I'm sure you guys remember that. Resolute, which we like a lot. Candle, which is like a star. Little dog. Little doggy. Abiona, Onyx, which has a lot of retail. Onyx did a reverse split, I believe. Voyager. And Monopart, which licensed that dog of a drug. I don't know why the market likes it. Stoke. Elite. Tia. Astria. Checkpoint got acquired. Questive. GH Research. GH Research is long, I think. So this is why you shouldn't just pick one stupid biotech, you know? Because look at how many companies there are. You telling me that you got the best one? How? How, Sway? How? You went through every single one of these? I can't go through every single one of these. A full-time staff can't go through every single one of these. How do you... You know that yours is the best? Why? Because you read it on fucking Reddit? Come on, man. Stop lying to yourself. You have no clue if your stock's any good or not. None. You're just lying to yourself. You're just hoping for a lotto ticket. Might as well go play lotto, bro. Fucking, you know, just fuck it. Just buy some scratch-offs. You know? Stay next to the Mexican old lady. Just be like, see? Scratch-off. Just fucking, just do that, man. Play lucky, you know, lucky banana or whatever the fuck it's called. You got better odds than picking the right stock off this list. Right? This is a long-ass list. You know the right stock? Nah, you don't fucking know the right stock. You're just hoping for a fucking come up. Driving a fucking truck. Praying that your $500 turns to 50 grand. So you can take a year off and smoke some crack and then have to do it all over again. Stop fucking pretending. You get high every day. Sad. Pathetic. Every single one of these stocks, there's some retard that thinks they're gonna get a 10x, and about one of them they will. But it's not gonna be you. Let's be real. It's gonna be mine. I know it. Yeah, totally. Totally, bro. I'm talking about my era. It's crack cocaine, heroin. Now they're doing that fentanyl. I understand. There are so many. Did Aliquot get bought out? I think so. 450 biotech stocks. Which one's the best? You think you fucking know? There's only one way to find out. You go down the list and do work on every single one of them. You may get yourself what's called a portfolio. Yeah, you heard of that? Not just one shitter you got from Reddit. And you know why I made this software? Because it's just a little bit faster than Yahoo Finance. It's a little bit more data. It's not a huge difference between Bloomberg, Godel, Yahoo Finance. Especially if you're looking at equities. It's not a big difference. But it's just less clicks, less bother. And why do we need that less bother? Because this list is long as hell. And you're doing this all day long if you're like me. Right? So you need every little time-saving advantage you can get. That's why Bloomberg is successful. I don't want to go check my email for a sell-side node, right? I don't want to go click and click and click for news like an idiot and see ads. Get the hell out of here. If I'm doing this 12 hours a day, I need something speedy. Spectrum still around? Or Spectrum? I remember Spectrum Pharma, man. That was a while ago. Celsuity, their recent PI3K data. Is Leon still around? Leon Bio? Mystery. Strela. X-Brain. This is a neat one. Just took care of this. Kara. All these lost hopes and dreams, man. Hundreds of stocks. My list isn't even, it's far from complete. There's over 1,000 publicly traded biotech stocks. And you think you got the fucking winner. It's ATYR, I know. It's INMB. It's Cassava. It's Colt. Why are you making fun of me? I saw this on StockTwits. I know. You don't know. I know. I made my answer up to so far. Sorry if you haven't. You can lick my balls. I got more winners than I can count. Teddy. So you acting up. When I'm done with this spreadsheet, I'm banning you. You acting up. You out of control. This is gone, I think. Humanigen. Criminal company, man. I left that company and they became criminals themselves. Marinus. These are really the dirty companies. Celsi. Quantum rally just was a huge head fake. Hims as well. That's why I always laugh when retail guys think they got the best new biotech. It's like, well, what about all these companies, dude? You think there's not people that think that they found the next best thing? It's 500 fucking stocks. All crushed dreams. You got the one lotto ticket, okay? How'd you find it? You got a method? You listen to a guy named Country what? Country Dumb on Reddit? That's your method? Fuck it. That sounds like it might work. Let's go. Fuck it. No, I didn't, Teddy. Already have CBM in here. like Scientia or whatever. Daru. Centellus? What are these guys? Oh, they're still around. Mersana? I got burned on this one. Aerovate is gone. Vor is still around. Opco is certainly still around. Oh, they are. Alright, 541 biotechs we just glanced at. There's probably like 2x to 3x this many. That's really crazy. Still have to do physical therapy for my wrist. All right, not much going on. Yeah, definitely CJ. Microsoft changed the way they do plugins recently. But once I have plugins, we're gonna rock and roll. I don't like having the real-time price in Excel in this case. But for other things, I like having it, and you might like having it, so we'll make it. Teddy, you're getting close to the line here, man. I have kicked people off Godel before. No reason I can tell. Yeah, man. I don't think it's too risky, but those are my famous last words. Mango, just mango. Fruits are one of the major food groups. have so much to do. Yeah, so if you're in New York City and you want to be a stock analyst, you can come work for me. I'll pay you a living wage. And you can help me. I'd really prefer if you were already a Wall Street associate. Yeah, you'd have to either be a banking or a sell-side research associate or some really big exception. You have to live in New York. If you don't have experience, go jump off a bridge. That's my advice. Stop wasting my time. work, kid. False terminal. Clay raised 100, huh?
Often we see this, and this is a local election.
New York does not operate in a vacuum. It competes with other cities. And so this idea of somehow raising taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers, who, by the way, I would point out, pay roughly 15% of their income right now between city and state, raising taxes on them will simply drive them away. Shouldn't the focus of a mayor be on delivering services to the constituents of the city and doing that by raising the most revenue as possible without chasing businesses and the high-income taxpayers out of the city, because they can go to Austin, they can go to Dallas, they can go to Atlanta, they can go to Nashville. This is your issue. It's a national issue, not a local issue.
The issue is affordability. Do you know how many working families are chased out of New York City every day because they can't afford housing, they can't afford groceries, they can't afford child care? What Zoran is saying is, I want people to be able to afford to live in New York City. That's what keeps it a vibrant city. That's what makes people want to live
Nobody
here.
disagrees with that, Senator, but raising taxes in order to do it?
Oh,
why
my
is that
goodness.
the answer?
Oh, dear. Are you worried that billionaires are going to go hungry?
No, I'm worried that they're going to leave and spend their money elsewhere.
You know, they've threatened to do that over and over and over.
And they have. They've left.
But here's the thing.
And Goldman Sachs, when they create new jobs, they do it in Dallas. And Blackstone won't build a new headquarters. And go on and on.
You want to have a workable city? You want to have a city that's vibrant. You want to have a city where the streets are full, where there are things for sale 24 hours a day. Then you need people who can live here and work
Well, we've
here.
got that right now,
Not
by the
people
way.
who
I
have
would
to
point
take
out
an
New
hour
York
and a
is
half in.
is thriving. So right
Well,
now it's doing
people-
pretty well, actually.
I'm glad you think they're doing well because a lot of people are struggling to pay for housing. A lot of people are struggling to pay for groceries. And I got to tell you, mamas and daddies who are facing $25,000 a year to pay for childcare. a
Those
lot
are
of them
national
end up,
issues.
they
I mean, I know
an
they are the
issue
local
right
state, but you
here
can't.
in New York City.
Yes, but if you deal with them in that way, by what is always your backup, just tax them more, they will leave.
No.
I normally don't like CNBC, but that was nice. African American meets Native American. I don't think ChatGPT 5 is coming out today because they always do it on Tuesday.
Free speech. We're gonna.
We just watched the speaker gavel out with a whole lot of anger, Kelly. Here's the state of play. Here's the. Hey, how are you?
MSNBC sucks. MSNBC sucks.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Google, XAI, and Anthropic. Everybody's might throw something out this week. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Google. It's been a while since we shipped a new model. See, these guys, they're all playing each other, so they want ChatGPT to go first, OpenAI to drop GPT-5, and then Google's gonna... And then... Yeah, it's kind of a standoff. Yeah, it's a bit. And if Anthropic has something too, this is gonna be a crazy month.
See UNH popping. Not going to ignore Pfizer, no. It's pretty busy. Yeah, it's up a little bit. Worth figuring out why. Don't see any news. Yeah, when are IonQ earnings tomorrow, right? Hey guys, I think I have to go take a Rigetti. I'll be back in, I don't know, 10 minutes. Keep yourselves entertained. I'm not going anywhere. Well, medicine's priced relative to its utility. SPY's down 50 bips. And its availability. Quantum toilet paper. Simulate a universe where I just took a poop. So I don't have to. Alright, be back.
I was just joking about the tweet, like OpenAI is supposed to release something now, but now Google and Anthropic might as well.
I haven't looked at Berkshire too closely. It honestly didn't look that cheap.
Let the games begin. Let the games begin. I don't know what D-Wave's earnings will be, but I'm assuming they're going to be bad. It's hard for them to be good. Everything's tomorrow, right? Is D-Wave? Everything's tomorrow. Look what they have as their company overview. D-Wave is the 7th, so that's Thursday. What is this? I'm trying to go to... Oh yeah, they report in the morning, that is true. What the hell is this shit? Okay, so IonQ's tomorrow. Rigetti's like... never. August 12th. It's nothing tonight. I gotta put this in Godel. March 20th, what the fuck? You wanna check in on Country Dome? Oh, little baggy. Archer Aviation. These guys are retards, huh?
Go on, hit him with remix. See Bean got a new video?
If you want to start a profitable business or make more money at your job, you already know that artificial intelligence.
Alert you about our Google. Welcome everyone to the Information's TITV. My name is Akash Patricia.
It is Thursday, July 31st, and it is a big day for tech markets. We have Figma debuting today. Meta and Microsoft shares are also up on their earnings from last night. We've got a bunch of guests coming on the show today. Arvind Jan from Glean is coming on. We've got Serena Williams Venture Fund coming on the show. We've also got our Google reporter who is going to tell us about the company's new chief AI architect. That was a profile that she published this morning. And we've also got a big 6-figure funding round from another generative AI media company. We've got the founder of that company coming on the show. Before we get into earnings and into headlines, I want to alert you about a big story that we published last night. The information was first to report that OpenAI has hit $12 billion in annualized revenue. We've got this chart for you. Just to put the number in context, I mean, OpenAI was doing $500 million in annualized revenue per month. That was at the start of the year. It's now doing about $1 billion a month in annualized revenue. And so it has effectively doubled its top line over the course of 2025 alone. I should mention, with that revenue growth, the company is also burning more cash. It's now projected to burn $8 billion this year. That is $1 billion more than it projected earlier this year. And so that $40 billion fundraise that the company is trying to close, that we've talked so much about on the show, that will very much go to good use. That story is live on our site right now, and I encourage you to check it out. A couple headlines for you. Meta and Microsoft reported earnings last night. I want to give you the one number that you should know from both of those prints. For Microsoft, the big number is $75 billion. That is how big Satya Nadella said Microsoft Azure's annual revenue was over the past year. Now, this is the first time that we've learned at all how big that business is from the company. I mean, Microsoft has typically only told us that what the growth rate is for this business line called Azure and other cloud services. That business line did have its second straight quarter of acceleration, and so it is growing. Investors were cheering, but it was finally the first time that we got a sense for how big Azure is on its own. For Meta, the number that you need to know from earnings is 22%. That is how fast revenue grew in the quarter. And crucially, it was well above even its own projections. The company is obviously spending a lot on AI right now. It's very expensive. And so the fact that its top line is growing and is booming is a good sign for shareholders. It means they can fund all of that investment.
Only 400 people watched this. Wow.
Last but not least, we are watching Figma shares. The company is debuting today. It is a marquee IPO for Silicon Valley. We'll have more on tomorrow's show about how the stock closes, but we are eagerly waiting to see how it trades. Okay. Our first guest, Arvind Jain, has quite the resume. He spent 11 years at Google, and he was a distinguished engineer. He then co-founded cloud security company Rubrik, which went public last year. But for the past 8 years, he has been working on Glean. The company is building an AI platform that is supposed to make it easier for businesses and their employees to search through all the hordes of data that they have across all their various applications. The company was valued at $7.2 billion last month, and Arvind is here with us today. Arvind, welcome to TITV. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So, look, we've written a lot about Glean at The Information. We have dedicated entire stories to the ways in which companies are actually making your life a lot harder by restricting Glean's access to data. One of the stories that we wrote was that Salesforce has limited Glean's access to Slack data. I mean, I want to ask you directly, give us the view on the ground. What is going on here?
Well, when you think about the AI industry today, a lot of AI companies that are serving businesses, they need to access business data to add value to their customers. And that's what we do as well. Our company, as you mentioned, Glean, we connect Glean with all of the enterprise systems. And then we build a AI assistant, a ChatGPT or Cloud-like experience over your enterprise data for our customers. So for that, we need access to all the information and data that lives in systems like Microsoft or Google or Salesforce or Atlassian. Um, the like what we what you've seen in the stories is the there's questions emerging today about how who owns that data, and do companies that are actually hosting this data on behalf of their customers, should they actually keep it open for other companies like ours to also work on to add value for those customers. And so that's the crux of the debate here.
And so where do you fall on that debate?
Yeah, but for us, we believe that customers, they own all the data that they host in each one of these SaaS applications, and they have all the right to actually do whatever they want to do with that data. They have the right to take that data and make new AI applications work on it to add value for them. And I think that's the right thing for the industry moving forward. I mean, if you think about SaaS as an industry, a lot of success for SaaS systems came how it was able to replace the previous generation of on-premises system was basically the openness of the ecosystem. Every SaaS application interoperated really well with other systems, which actually created a lot of value for customers, which in turn then pushed customers to adopt these new applications. And the same thing is happening with AI. Today, customers can actually have really amazing experiences, a lot of automation AI agents that they can build, so long as they can actually have all the startups sort of be free to work on that customer data. So
Right.
what's right for the industry is being open and being interoperable.
Right. Have you talked to Mark Benioff about this and told him this?
We haven't talked to him directly, but we talk about this publicly all the time. I mean, this is more like we talk to our customers, and they tell us that it's really important for them to have access to their own data, with no restrictions.
Right. And I guess what I'm trying to get at, there was a comment actually on the story that we wrote about Salesforce restricting the Slack data access, and the comment was, we are moving into the gloves are off phase of AI. And so, to your point, to this debate, I mean, how do you think this gets resolved ultimately?
Well, ultimately, the customers decide, what happens, in this particular area. If you think about what they need, customers are looking for free access to all of their information. It's clear to them. There is no confusion in their mind. We talk to a lot of large companies. We work with a lot of large companies, and they believe that they have full rights to their data. And they also have a choice. Like if you think about the tech industry, we are a hyper competitive industry. There are a lot of players that provide same kind of products and services. So if I'm a customer, and I'm looking for a specific product, and I have two different vendors, and one of them is going to actually restrict me from accessing my own data, and the other one that doesn't. Basically, the choice is clear to me in terms of who I'm going to go with, and so that competition itself is going to actually force that openness in like how all of these applications are built, and it'll basically put us in the right direction, which is that the enterprise SaaS ecosystem will remain open.
Right. Speaking of enterprise software, you have built an enterprise software company, before sort of AI became very popular in Rubrik. And so you have sort of an interesting perspective here, having been in both worlds for so long during two separate eras. This narrative here that AI is going to eat enterprise software, what's your take on that?
I actually don't believe in that as much. I mean, like, look, AI is a big enabler for all of us, including all the existing software SaaS companies. Think about like, where people spend time today. If you are an engineer, like, you spend time in engineering systems like GitHub or Jira or Confluence. If you're a salesperson, you spend time in CRM systems. And so the existing application vendors, they have like a lot of amazing stuff going for them. They have a lot of valuable data, from their customers. They have the attention of the users. Users spend a lot of time within those applications. And I think it's the opportunity for them to leverage AI to create better experiences is right there. So I think, like, for me, it's not about, well, the existing companies are going to become irrelevant and new AI companies are going to be the ones that are going to become more powerful. We don't see that way. I think it's who's going to win are companies that are able to leverage AI today to create more powerful experiences. And you have to remember that, like, people don't change that fast. People don't change their habits that fast. So even if you build new products, like, it takes a long time before you can actually start to have users change their habits and start using you and change their workflows. So to me, the opportunity, for every existing large company is huge. They can keep that engagement that, those users, so long as they're actually building great products.
And so what I hear you saying is that, yeah, AI might make it easier to develop some of the software on your own, but it will take, a very long time to actually adopt any of that software or have people learn how to use it, essentially.
I mean, like, AI is going to make it easy for you to customize things for you, but I think the core systems that technology companies build, like, those are hard to build. So, like, AI doesn't necessarily make them that easy either.
Right. So you are, I think, 8 years into building Glean now, if my math is right?
6 years.
6 years. My apologies. 6 years. So 6 years into building Glean, you guys have been able to raise a lot of money. You have, good top line growth. What do you see as your exit strategy for the company?
We don't have one. Like, we don't think about exit strategy. Like, this is the time to build. We feel quite fortunate that we built a product that all enterprises in the world are looking to buy. And so as our business is growing, we're doing well. There's a lot of things to build, and we see a vision for the future, which is very bright for all of us as humans, as workers. Which is the AI is going to actually really fundamentally change, like, how we work. And in the future, you can expect a lot of, like, boring work that takes a lot of time for us is going to be done by AI. We're all going to have really amazing personal assistants and companions that are going to help us really sort of dramatically change how we work and how productive we are. So we're right in that mission, and so the plan for Glean is to keep building towards that future vision of AI at work.
Great. Well, thank you, Arvind, for coming on the show. We really appreciate it. I think you have a very interesting perspective, having been in this space for so long. And I think, your approach to the corporate data wars is one that we are all watching. So thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to having you again on the show. That is Arvind Jan, the CEO of Glean. So much for joining us. We look forward to having you again on the show. That is Arvind Jan, the CEO of Glean. Look forward to having you again on the show. That is Arvind Jan, the CEO of Glean. Our next guest has the exciting job of managing a venture fund that is closely affiliated with one of the most successful athletes in the world. Serena Ventures is the venture fund started by Serena Williams, and a little over a year ago, the company brought on Beth Ferreira as the general partner.
To those rounds as complementary versus.
With Monday.com's intuitive work management platform, you have the power. Not IT, not admins.
Competitive.
So we sort of focus that you bring.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And,
to raise another fund anytime soon?
Probably the fall.
Okay. And do you have a number that you're going towards?
Not disclosed yet, but it was probably a little bit bigger than the one that we had.
Great. Well, I'll tell you what, Beth. When you close that fund, come back on the show, and then we can ask Serena what technology she's also obsessing over these days. That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it would be.
That is Beth Ferreira from Serena Ventures. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. One of the hottest areas in AI right now is video and generative media. And this week, another company in that space raised another six-figure sum. FAL, which stands for Features and Labels, raised $125 million from Meritech Capital, was the lead investor. The company's round was also supported by Salesforce Ventures and Shopify Ventures, I should say. Join me now is the co-founder of the company, Gorkum Yort7. Welcome to the show.
Hi, Akash. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
So look, Gorkum, I have to be honest. I tried for about 45 minutes last night to really understand what the company does, and there's a lot of big words on the website. And so the way I think of it is, generative media, which is video and images. What does your company do? Just help us understand.
Yeah, that's correct. So we are an infrastructure provider for generative media. So if you are building a product using an AI video model or AI image model, you use our platform and use our easy to use APIs to build on top of some of the models that we have. And on the other side, we work with some research labs to provide them infrastructure. And the way we do this is we use our inference engine to speed up their models and expose them as easy to use APIs for developers and enterprises building on top of these models.
So you're not actually like a Runway or a Midjourney where consumers are using your app to generate the video. You would be selling your technology to an app that hopes to allow
Correct.
consumers to make the video?
All our revenue and customers comes from B2B. So we sell to other companies, other applications, some of the biggest enterprises and some AI native startups to build products on top of the models. So it's purely through an API.
And tell me, I mean, who are you selling to right now?
We have some of the fastest growing AI native companies, but also some of the biggest names in e-commerce and retail. For example, we work with Shopify, Canva, Perplexity. I can count as one of the AI native companies. And then we have really interesting companies like Postran Partners in the architecture space. And recently we announced a partnership with Adobe as well. Obviously one of the giants in the design and productivity industry. So we have all sorts of companies that we are working with who are utilizing these models.
So the thing that I'm trying to figure out is you're working with all these big companies. I mean, you make it easier for them to build their AI video and image generation tools. Why why do they need to use you at all? I mean, I've got to imagine that Perplexity and Adobe and Shopify have their own teams that know how to use all these image and video models on their own. So, I mean, I guess I just
these guys are very good.
To use you at all.
Yeah, exactly. So what we've been building for the past 2 years is what we call inference engine. So we are able to run these models a lot faster than if they were to run these on their own. So that's definitely one of the big plus. And then we also have a big range of models that are production ready from day zero. The industry right now is really fragmented, and there's a new model every single week, and people want to be using the latest and the greatest models all the time. And our platform makes it really easy to utilize a wide array of models and change it over time as the new models are released.
Got it. You guys raised $125 million. What was the valuation?
Valuation was $1.5 billion.
1.5 billion. And how are you guys doing in terms of revenue right now?
We are approaching 100 million run rate. I think we closed July close to 95. So we'll make sure to do a big celebration when we reach 100, but we're almost there.
And 95 million, that's annualized revenue. So that's monthly revenue annualized.
Correct. I'm just multiplying the
By 12.
revenue we made in July by 12. Yeah.
Right.
I'm calling it run rate. So
Great. Well, and very quickly, I should say the growth for that. What were where was your run rate at the start of the year?
at the start of the year, I think it was around 25, maybe. And then last year, around this time, I think it was a couple million. Eh.
Got it. Well, I mean, 25 to 95, that's a pretty good growth rate. So congrats on that. Congrats on the run. Thank you for coming on the show, Gorkam. We're really excited to have you and look forward to having you on again. That was Gorkam Yurtseven from FAL. Google just named a new chief AI architect last month. Kore Kavakchalu, who is also the CTO of Google DeepMind, has quietly amassed quite a bit of influence inside the company. And my colleague Aaron Wu wrote a great profile about him that just published this morning on our website. I want to bring on Erin. She is our Google reporter. She joins us from San Francisco. Hi, Erin. How you doing?
Hey, thanks so much for having me on.
So before we get to the profile, I mean, did I say his name right?
You were really close on saying his name.
Oh man. Okay, how do we say it?
Kore Kavakcholu.
Kavakcholu. Okay. Okay, got it. Because you did put the pronunciation actually in the story, but it didn't have the emphasis on the syllable. So that's what I'll have to work on. He's from Turkey, I think is one of the things you mentioned in the story. Okay, so explain to us who Corey is and why he's so important.
Yeah, so he's a really long-term Google DeepMind researcher. He was actually at DeepMind even before it was acquired by Google. So he's been there since 2012 and he's really risen up the ranks. Most recently, he's CTO of Google DeepMind and he is chief AI architect for the whole company. And so in that role, he's really become like the operator, the fixer, the like guy who gets things done, who's in charge of organizing all of the different disparate teams working on Gemini. He has more than 2,000 people reporting up to him. And he's the one who figures out if a researcher needs to be moved to a team, who to prioritize, like where to put compute. And so he's really become essential to the Gemini operations in a lot of ways.
And so why did he get this promotion?
Yeah, so I think how we can think about this is Google is moving into this new phase where it still really cares about the models, obviously. That's really important to it. But it's also trying to figure out how do we put this into products that people are actually using. And so in the memo announcing his new role, Sundar was talking about we want our products to evolve just as quickly as our models. And so that's really why Korai got this new role because he's seen as like the operator guy for the Gemini models, and now they're hoping he can do the same for all of Google. And obviously, I would be remiss not to mention around the same time he was also getting recruited to by Meta to join their new super intelligence lab. So we don't know for sure whether that played a part in this new role, but it could have been a factor as well.
Right. Well, it is funny how Mark Zuckerberg is having impact on companies even outside of his own company. And of course, we don't know anything, but yes, to your point, they all happen at the same time. Look, I think when people think of DeepMind, the other big name that people think about is Demis Hassabis. He is, of course, the co-founder and CEO of Google DeepMind, and he has a Nobel Prize. Yeah, how does his role contrast to that of Corey?
Yeah, so Corey is a lot more involved in the day to day. Like he's the guy who's making all of the individual decisions for Gemini, a lot of the day to day stuff. And then Demis's role is a lot more long term. He's always been interested in this longer term scientific research. Again, he got the Nobel Prize. He's really interested in how are we using AGI to cure cancer. And so his role at DeepMind has shifted more so to that versus Corey is handling more of the day to day.
Got it. Got it. So I'm thinking a chief scientist, thinking of it sort of as like, the fixer on the ground, like you said, for all things AI. You hinted at this earlier, but the story was a lot about how he's trying to sort of spread Gemini and, really get it into various different parts of the company. What do you think his promotion tells us about Google's AI priorities?
Yeah. So, I mean, Google wants people to use this stuff. Like, Google wants to start seeing return on investment from the really massive capital expenditures that they're making on this. Sundar just raised the estimate for what the company expects to spend from $75 billion to $85 billion this year alone. And so Google, we've reported about how Google Cloud is starting to see a benefit from the ability to sell these AI models, but Google just really wants more consumer adoption as well. And so you can see that Gemini, Google's chatbot, is still lagging ChatGPT in terms of usage, even though theoretically Google should have all of these distribution advantages.
Right, and I should say, I mean, according to some of those AI leaderboards, I mean, the paid version of Gemini in some cases actually tops some of the OpenAI models.
Yeah, I mean, the models are doing really well right now. Like, this has been really one of the great transformations from Google, which is taking Gemini from this real, like, also ran like kind of a joke. It's like, when is Gemini going to kind of come out? To this model that everyone's really excited about, everyone's really proud of, and it's doing really well across all of these benchmarks.
This challenge or debate that Google internally, I think, is facing right now around whether or not they sort of put Gemini into the search bar or maybe have Gemini be a separate app. Where do you think that lands? I mean, I just want your opinion. You
Yeah.
talk to these people all the day. I mean, what do you think is going to happen?
I mean, look, I think this is one of the outstanding questions that they have not quite figured out. Like, so Sundar Pichai was asked about this on the earnings call yesterday, and he's talking about we have these two products, maybe eventually, like, it'll be more seamless. That is how I expect this to go at some point. Search and Gemini are essentially converging into the same thing where Gemini can search the web. Like, you can have like an AI mode style chatbot conversation and search. But at the same time, I do think it's really hard, and where Google has a different responsibility than OpenAI and a lot of these other startups is that they have this whole web ecosystem that essentially relies on them for traffic. And I've talked to a lot of these publishers who are seeing their they're seeing that their traffic is declining. And so there's a lot of people out there who rely on sort of the old version of Google. And so it's more complicated than just being able to say like, okay, we think the chatbot is better. It's time to switch everything to the chatbot now.
Right. Well, thank you for coming on the show, Aaron. It was a very fascinating profile, and it was, of course, a person that we probably would not have paid attention to had you not written the story. So, thank you for writing it. That is Aaron Wu, our Google reporter based in San Francisco. That does it for today's show. A reminder that we are live on this stream Monday through Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. I want to thank Amazon Web Services, who is our presenting sponsor for this production. And I want to thank you for tuning in. We really do appreciate your viewership. I am already excited for our next show tomorrow. So until then, bye-bye for now.
I mean, there's not much to say about D-Wave. Look forward to the earnings report. I mean, I don't think they'll do very well. Their bookings were really low, so yeah, they have a hard time selling their product. I mean, it's really a hard product to sell. Dip below 20% now. Quantum hurting, ABVX hurting a little bit, volatile performance, but no big worries here. No, I didn't see that, Jackie. It's kind of odd.
Yeah, let me check the port. I got. Nope. I got Abivex, Sarepta, Replimune, Tarsus, and Biohaven. And I have a rack of shorts. A-Tier, IonQ, QUBT, Rigetti, Joby, D-Wave, Immune, Capricorn, and Biohaven. Nope, that's long. So that's it. Biggest short is A-Tier. A-Tire. No, pretty net neutral. Maybe slightly net short. My Abivax and Sarepta positions are pretty huge. I doubt it, James. These guys are scum of the earth. No, I don't have the time, too much time to work on the bot. I need bigger staff, man. Our hands are really full. And there wasn't too much interest from users to partner on it. You could DM me on Godel. We need to fix DMs, they kind of suck. I really don't like the way our DMs work and chats work on Godel. They're all kind of shit. A-Tire is a 0. Like, I'm convinced. I'm gonna show you some cool stuff. I don't time myself down on L. But I think you should spend time on the investments that you make. Pretty obvious. Do your homework. This portfolio is always kind of changing because just different like constraints. I don't want to spend too much time optimizing it either. So like right now I have way too much Abivax. So if that hits some strength, I'll probably lighten up. And short a little bit more quantum probably. And then like Resolute would be a good idea. I'm not sure if we'll do a global app. Boiled, I think it's just a lot of experience. Like, trading doesn't make me money, research does. You know, it's kind of as simple as that. Staring at the tape all day, staring at prices all day. You know, yeah, I'll miss a couple trades that I probably could have gotten, but I feel really comfortable and confident in the stuff that I do have, and I like that a lot. Like we saw, unfortunately, one of our users getting whipsawed by Sarepta. He bought, then he sold, now he's back in. And it's like, when you're so up to speed on a stock, you know, you don't have that kind of problem because you're like, look, I know what I'm getting into. I've spent so many years on Sarepta. I don't have to worry about that. You know, whereas it's really easy to get confused and whipsawed if you're not like really high confidence on something. And I feel like, you know, it's important for me to feel like I don't have to stare at the screen, you know, I'm not that worried. That's a really nice feeling to have. I don't know, Michael, like I said, my portfolio is kind of always all over the place. I don't have any buying power right now, as you can see from my screen. So it's not about, you know, more or less. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I happen to think earnings are catalyst for quantum, negative catalyst, of course. But I also think that, you know, AbbVie is going to go up a lot, so. I think I got in at 56. I think Abivax is going to go to 700. At least 200. I think Mark DeGaradell is one of the most talented CEOs and I know, and he's got a really, really nice product here, so I don't see how it doesn't keep going. But, you know, I am oversized in it. Yeah, don't think that way, meme. You gotta, when the fat pitch comes, you know, the fat pitch will come. No need to force it. You know, forcing it's never good. I kind of tried to do that with quantum. You know, after hitting it big with Cassava and hitting it big with Galt. And, you know, I lost my judgment. You know, size up the positions that make sense, where you really understand the risk reward. Try to stay sober at all times. Tiny ass earthquake, maybe I felt it. Might have also just been some indigestion. Yeah. I think the biggest thing in investing is avoiding the losers. The rest is
Kind of easy. Avoiding the big mistakes, leverage, overconfidence, lack of diversification. You know, you got to take action when you have an advantage for sure, but you know, if you can easily mess up if you avoid one of those things. But again, one of the things about portfolios is you get exactly what you ask for. If you're all in on one stock, you're going to make either big gains or big losses. It's fine. You asked for it, right? Just don't be surprised if one of those two happens and you didn't expect it. You shouldn't be surprised at all. You're asking for a big gain or a big loss. You're literally ordering it up. So there's nobody to blame but yourself if it's not what you wanted. Because, you know, other people are trading the same stuff. I mean, you're not that special. A lot of people are in the same trades. They might make it a 5% position, you make it a 50% position. Well, if it doesn't go perfect, don't blame, you know, the market, don't blame anyone but yourself, because you asked for the smoke. You asked for that massive, you know, massive position. Hungry as hell. I don't think you have the right math there, Michael. Double check that. We're at 4 billion right now, market cap. I think you can short on valuation. I mean, I just think you have to understand what you're getting into. You know, what one person thinks is valuation is usually not the case. People say that stock's expensive, but they're oftentimes not really appreciating whatever the bulls are thinking. I have to eat less. Is there anything I should do for appetite suppressant? I've never had this problem before, but I need to stop eating so much. My gut is just getting bigger and bigger. If only there were a drug for that. You think I give a fuck if something's haram? You think I give a fuck?
Allahu Akbar.
Yeah, it's pretty much not a risk squeege in my opinion. Feels like ATYR is halted or something. Is that price right? Oh, wow, that's weird. Yeah, Mario, my wifey works there. If you do change on Godel, you'll see all the updates. So the latest one was July 29th. But obviously we just launched international as well yesterday. Then there was July 22nd, July 20th, July 14th, July 3rd, July 2nd, and then June 29th, June 27th, June 26th, and finally June 11th, which you mentioned. No, Squeege is higher than that. Yeah, maybe you're looking at our splash page. I think we're gonna get rid of the splash page. Splash page is a waste of time. I don't like Novo. It's up there. Quantum's up, I guess, because of the QUBTBS. And then Stiefel initiated coverage. And all the banks are legit. I mean, it's just that, you know, they do have, I mean, it's not a conflict of interest per se, but they want to do business with their banking clients, and that's perfectly fine. You know, that is the way Wall Street works. Now, usually stocks don't move on analyst reports, but never say never. Yeah, I mean, I don't dog any analyst for their work. You know, I mean, that's their job. That's how they make a living. You know, part of their job is they got to satisfy the firm, including, you know, their banking clients. If they shit on their banking clients, that's not a smart business move. Now, some places don't care. They treat it truly independent research, but you know, most of the banks it's not that independent. Which is why there's almost no good short research.
Well, if you work at JP Morgan, you have a lot of distribution. You get to, your clients, get a lot of clients, clients will see. No, the Kaser Nix, you can see the value. I chose the amount that the stream wanted. The stream gave me a bunch of choices. Or I gave the stream a bunch of choices and they voted on a $30,000 portfolio. Some people wanted to see 5,000, some people wanted to see 1 million. But I think people wanted like a relatable number that they feel like they could have taken their portfolio with the same amount. So I'm aiming to be up 100 this year, 100%. Part of the way there. And that's with a partial year, right? We started this portfolio in what, June? May. So it's been about 3 months. I don't know what the goal is, Tom. The goal is just make as much money as possible. Got it. Good luck with that. I'm sure you will get him to bite. That's great, Anonymous. Yeah, sometimes you fall off the wagon too, or will fall off the bike. Off the wagon's not a good one. You fall off the bike and you got to get back up, and no matter what your portfolio was, you can always make more money. Especially in biotech binary events, those kind of are really, really nice because there's always another crappy drug company somewhere trying to tell you that their drug works when it doesn't. Oh, nice. Shoot me a DM, man. I want to get your fund in on Godel. We have a really crazy new feature coming. Keeping it under wraps for now, but it's really cool. We have a organizations plan. We have 2x the news Bloomberg has per ticker on average. It's pretty cool. Yeah, Jackie, it is interesting. I mean, sometimes sometimes the markets just don't cooperate and fundamentals just don't matter, and then they're the only thing that matters. And that market's hard to trade too. It's never that easy. But yeah, the times when, remember 2000 and what was it? 21, the post-COVID massive boom, 2020, 2021. Yeah, there's a messenger. It's not fantastic. I think that we're not necessarily trying to replace Bloomberg either, right? Like, you can still use Bloomberg for messaging. But, getting to use, some of the other tools we're building are going to be useful. As you might be able to see on my screen, there are, things like that coming. Like you can see here, John Overdeck, John Arnold, John Williams, all these big shots.
So we're building something a little like that on the Bloomberg, like messaging competitor side. Oh, it's interesting. Larry Robbins. Dan, bunch of Millennium Dan, Citadel Dan. So, there will be fixed income sales at Citadel. Well, every now and then we do get, in fact, not every now and then, I'd say 10 or 20% of our viewers are institutional or more, actually. Many people tell me they watch from Wall Street. They don't necessarily always interact because there is compliance. Compliance is one of the most important things on Wall Street, unfortunately, these days. No, it's more of a, not yet Kaiser, those are more of a directory. So, we're hoping to have the best Wall Street directory where, the names, numbers, and phone numbers, emails, etc. of everyone on Wall Street are on there. And then if you claim your account, hopefully you can message with that. So that's kind of the idea. That's funny. Yeah, thanks, Kaiser. I definitely agree. I may or may not be in that chat sometimes myself, but I don't love that chat. I've heard from a major player that they can actually de-anonymize that chat pretty easily. So they say it's anon, but yeah, look, we're a new company. We're going to be around forever. It's a long-term play, but we have this quantitative tool coming out pretty soon that's, I think, going to reshape how people, well, let's just wait for it. It's especially for traders. There's not, well, analysts can use it too. I was just talking to my friend about this yesterday. This is going to be a really cool tool. I think it's going to change. Very few things can change Wall Street, but this one is maybe one of the best ideas I've ever had. Bloomberg can't do shit to us. But yeah, I've heard a trick as well, Kaiser, that maybe I should keep this trick to myself, but apparently if you have compliance, send them a letter that they need the chat de-anonymized, Bloomberg will send you the chat de-anonymized. You'll see all the guys from Soros and Citadel fucking completely, I mean, Kaiser, we'll give your institution free accounts. Just shoot us, give your whole org free access. We're adding this very high-end alternative data too that nobody has. That's pretty exciting. What else do we do? We've got some stuff that Bloomberg doesn't have. We have some news for sure. But again, everyone has different things. A lot of shops are more investment oriented than trading oriented. So everyone's a little different. Yeah, I think we're going to add higher prices just as a metered service. So like if you want sell-side research, I don't know if you pay every bank, Kaiser, but we have sell-side research on here, so you don't have to pay every bank. And we kind of pay the banks directly, so you don't have to pay each bank and open an account with each bank. And it's a lot easier to just sort of
Yeah. It sounds like you guys do a lot of business.
But sometimes it's a pain in the ass to pay every single place. But for some big firms, they just get treated like kings. The flow side, we're trying to figure out the best ways to improve that. I do think that the way the street works now is probably not ideal. So trying to think if there's like a good way to do that. We're also trying to work on privates. So if you're doing anything in privates, like we have this really amazing private data set, and we're gonna maybe try to do like market making for privates or like something crazy like that. So that'll be a lot of fun. We know the private companies really well, like OpenAI and XAI and Anduril and Stripe and others. And so like if we could facilitate trades or just, show indications of interest, true privates. Yeah. My wifey works at OpenAI, and I'm friends with a lot of the entrepreneurs in the world. And PE and VC shops as well. And, right now, so we're making some cool things. Again, I can't talk about all of it, but, the S&P 500 to me is no longer a benchmark. I mean, how are you going to look at the S&P 500 when OpenAI and SpaceX are not in it? It doesn't make sense. It's not the true benchmark. Now, people say this around the top, right? Yeah, I mean, we're going to be more expensive than Bloomberg for some users. We have a really neat tool coming that, it could be $200K a year. I think the problem with Bloomberg is having one size fits all makes it really hard for them to innovate. Because imagine if you had a tool that was 25K COGS. So my cost of goods sold is 25K. Bloomberg literally can't make that tool, or it'll be EBITDA negative for their whole business, right? So there's no possible way to actually, get really nice product on Bloomberg because it would tank their margins. They do sell like separate add-on products, but well, NASDAQ doesn't have those stocks either. NASDAQ doesn't have OpenAI. NASDAQ doesn't have SpaceX or Anthropic, or that's where all the growth is. It ain't in Datadog. But anyway, we're going to grow at a measured pace. There's not, Wall Street infrastructure is pretty established. Nobody's showing up and killing everything overnight, despite what Kamath says or other people think. Like, it just doesn't work that way. And we'll make feature by feature that are really cool. And I think my biggest thing is that people have no way to do reasonably simple quantitative studies. They have no clue how to ask questions like, show me, the top 10 stocks that look like NVIDIA before NVIDIA's stock price took off. And whether it's SQL or natural language, there's no way to really display that, query that information, retrieve it, or display it. If you work at D.E. Shaw, maybe. D.E. Shaw's got a supercomputer, but we're renting supercomputers. So, we have only the most expensive systems can even handle that kind of a query, especially if you're asking real time. But, we've been able to do it. We used to make a little bit of these types of supercomputing tools for drug discovery, for AI. So this is something we have a handle on. But again, a lot of firms, you look at a firm like Elliott, 75 billion, one manager, no quantitative, they have their research process. That's that, right? So yeah, boiled. I mean, I think that you're right, that graphs aren't causal, and that, trying to determine causality from top K or something is not really that helpful. But
I think the question you want to ask is like, well, what about other dimensions? You know, if the stock price and other kinds of like factors, for lack of a better term, or features, to use AI/ML speak, you know, if they're showing you things that you like, you know, look, there's a lot of money being run that way, and 9 out of the top 10 hedge funds are quants, so it's really, really hard to, you know, kind of not be playing that game to some extent. And I feel like, you know, for me, you know, I do everything I could to try to manage money that way. It's just too crazy to ignore that everyone else is, you know, there's a new quant fund that's 30 billion AUM. Think about how crazy that is. Fucking new fund. 30B. They have so much capital that they're starting to do fund of funds work. They're farming their funds out to others. It's fucking nuts. So oh, cool. Cool, Kaiser, yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously, confidentiality is everything on Wall Street, so never bite the hand that feeds. Relationships go two ways. You know, there's some people are, you know, are looking to move firms. Some people are looking to raise a fund. You know, relationships are important to me. I can help with all of that. One of my old bosses now runs one of the bigger pot shops, and he's doing great. He's looking for talented traders really bad. And hopefully, actually, I'm trying to get people on Godel to post trades at some point in our system. And then I can send average Joes to pot shops, which would be so sick. And, you know, some of these average Joes aren't that average. I mean, like, a good enough database, a good enough Sharpe ratio, it's totally possible that the next Steve Cohen is lurking somewhere on Robinhood. You know, if you show me out of 20 million Robinhood accounts, the top 10, they guarantee you there's hidden talent there. But, you know, Robinhood's not going to do anything for those guys. Yeah, the Billions guys, the writers used to follow me for inspiration. TradeWeb's great, yeah. I don't know if Chris Hahn is the best investor right now or not. Is Tweedle? Where Tweedle at? Fucking Tweedle. Biotech expert. Protein therapeutics. Think I don't know what an FC region is? Rhode Island. I don't know, been to Wall Street. Where's that? New York City or something? They won't let me up there. They ain't gonna let me up there. Damn it, I wanted GPT-5 today. Does that thing fit on 8x, or is it gonna fit on a 1x? How big is that model? How big is that sucker? my post lacks understanding? What the fuck are you talking about? What understanding? What are you talking about? I don't know what post you're talking about. A ban post? What the fuck is a ban post? An idiocy are you spewing? I'm not fucking like you, okay? You're not even the same fucking solar system as me. Don't fucking talk to me like you breathe the same oxygen as me, because you fucking don't. Go back to the subterranean dwelling where you came from. Fucking Wall Street bets. Nobody gives a fuck about no small accounts. A couple different ways, Nathan. We can have you input the trades. We can scrape them from your account. Nah, I'm just stunting on somebody. Fucking Murloc. Fucking non-human. Think you can, just because you fucking can type four letters into a ticker box and hit buy, that we're on the same page? Get the fuck out of here. You ain't shit. Fucking sewer person. You breathe sulfuric acid, I breathe oxygen. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with being an NVIDIA maxi. Name a better company. Go ahead, I'll wait. Name a better company than NVIDIA. That has more obvious upside. Definitely ain't AMD. Okay, Godel, I'll take it. I'll accept that answer. Let's see, if we 100x'd, which I think we will do from our pre-seed round valuation. I mean, NVIDIA is more than 100x, so, and it may 100x again. Sarepta is a double or something. It's not a, I think NVIDIA is more than a double even at this price. Regeneron, the biggest product's disappearing, man. What do you do when Dupixent goes generic too? Dupixent ain't gonna last forever. Antibodies don't last forever anymore. Now antibodies are just the same old drug company now. Yeah, I mean, being a one-trick pony is what allows you to 10x, right? Because if we're talking about Microsoft, or 100x, Microsoft's gonna surely double or triple over time. They're just well-run, well-oiled machine, but they can't really 100x because they have this base of business. They're not a one-trick pony. I don't think it's a bad thing to be the one-trick pony as NVIDIA is if it's the best trick.
I mean, the trick is computers. If you haven't noticed, everything is computer. Big data, machine learning, blockchain, quantum communication, Internet of Things. Yeah, I like Modi. Modi's kind of the man. I get my NVIDIA cell phone. Let's go. Cloud infrastructure, Kubernetes, React, Hadoop, Spark, Kafka. I think D-Wave is kind of fraudulent, yeah. It depends on how you use the word, you know, it's like that word can mean a lot of things to a lot of people. I think that they are lying about the quantum is now and the applicability of quantum computing today. I think they're lying about quantum supremacy. What else? I don't know, I just feel like they're very misleading. You know, fraud is a strong word, kind of has a legal implication. Be careful about that. Not because I fear any liability, I just have respect for the word. You know, it's a serious thing to say that. You shouldn't just say it lightly. But I think at the very least misleading. Yeah, I still like NVIDIA. I think we'll get 200 or 250. But remember, it's a big company. It's not like a nimble. I mean, it's nimble in some ways, but it's not, you know, this is the biggest, I mean, I believe it's the biggest company in the world. So you're not buying some unknown stock that's going to rocket up. Every dollar NVIDIA goes up is like billions of dollars. Russia ain't shit, man. Stop glazing Putin. This is America. This is Jensen's town. Fucking Russia, stop. The fuck does Russia have?
Have you ever looked at when Russia's stock market was still legal? The largest Russian stocks, there are almost none on the top 100 list. Almost none. Now, on the other hand, yes, that's different.
China
Is a huge country with lots of great companies. I wouldn't play around with.
China.
There's really nothing like. They've grown so much. Thanks for the assist there, Trump. Yeah, Gazprom, the nickel companies. Yeah, you know, they had a lot of value there, but nothing above like 100B. 100B is like 2 ticks in NVIDIA. Why we not have NVIDIA? The fuck? Mr. Putin, you worry only about oil. We need to worry about semiconductor. Blät, kill this man. Mr. Putin, I'm so sorry. DeepSeek didn't prove shit. DeepSeek's models are the bottom of the barrel. And they used, what chips do you think they used? Yeah. A lot of brain drain. Russia's. I mean, look, Russia and Europe disrespected the Jews, and they all came to America and won Nobel Prizes and propelled their universities and so forth. I mean, it wasn't only Jewish people, of course, but, you know, that certainly didn't help. Let's kick Albert Einstein out. That's not the fucking smartest move I've heard. I hate this Einstein guy. Where'd they get this guy? And then, of course, you know, Russia had not just, you know, policies like that, but they also had, you know, controls, tight controls on what you could say or not say. Ministry of Culture, whatever, would have to weigh in first. Yeah, why isn't Sergey Brin still in Russia? Right? Many others. Vitalik Buterin. Lex Friedman. Well, yeah, Telegram is a bit different. I don't trust Telegram too much. People think Telegram's like encrypted, right? It's not. Wasn't Kasparov Azerbaijani? I mean, it's all Russia at the end of the day, right? What is a bond? My word is bond. That's what it is. How would you describe a bond? I mean, it's a contract. It's a security. It's a loan, in essence. But those are all slightly different things. Bond. James Bond. I had a Russian friend who used to say dipped. He trades dipped. I'm
sorry, what did you say? Dipped. What the fuck is that? Like bombed, dipped. Oh, are you trying to say get? Yes, dipped. I'm sorry, I don't know what that word was that you just said. Dipped. Yeah, no, I know credit, bonds, debt, paper. Kablat. The white. Silent B. You guys want movie night? That's for my girlie, man. What you trying to do? Sneak under the covers? Fuck out of here. Trying to get cozy? Yeah, my performance swings around a little. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Survive. Извини. Хорошо. One of my best friends in jail is this Russian hacker. You're just so funny. Probably my biggest trade for the comeback was a mix of Abivax, which went up a bit, and then also Immune, which went down a lot. Basically, you got your polar bonds, you got your covalent bonds, you got your ionic bonds. That's what a bond is. Next question. Correct.
I feel like I'm too busy to look at stocks, man. I might have to shut the stream down. Shutting the stream down, man. I need an analyst to help me. Anybody want that job? Want that job though? Pay you $1.50. Pay you $1.50. Ain't gonna pay you more than that though. Give you some equity, give you a bonus. Work your ass off though. Sound studio down. You're about to work from being blocked land. Talk some shit. I'm blocking you. Cold in my office. Got any motherfucking more questions, Mike? Piece of shit. Wasting everybody's time with a dumbass question. Yeah, it's fucking summer. That's why it says August 5th on my screen. Why do you think I'm fucking wearing a sweater? Take some context clues. I complain about it being too cold in here every 5 minutes. That's one. Fucking retards, bro. Swear to God, where do you people fucking come from? You would never make it in New York City. Never. I wonder why you're wearing a sweater. Isn't it summer in New York? No, it's not fucking Mad Men. We're not all fucking sweating in here. There's AC. Okay, to elaborate. Sorry for the roast. Shit pisses me off. I think you're thinking about our, like, so in Platica, is this what you're talking about? From Sweden? This is yesterday's close, I think. Yeah. So that's yesterday's close. This is not real time yet. We should just put a date in there so it's obvious. Yeah, we'll give you real time shortly for probably 10 different markets, and then probably be delayed for the rest. Sweden, I guess that's NASDAQ OMX that we got to reach out to, but we do have a good relationship with NASDAQ, so that should be pretty fast. But you're going to need entitlements. A lot of these markets demand to know, they want a per user fee. They don't do like, show it to everybody for free. So like you would get charged more if you want Sweden real time. And Bloomberg works the same way. Bloomberg's data feed is this insane price. So the German is still working on options, yes. I go to the bathroom real quick, I'll be right back.
We don't have a sales team yet. We're just starting on that. We're just like getting started. We have an intern working on it, and then we're hiring a head of go-to-market soon. Send me an email. Thanks for your interest. Happy to get on the phone. Yeah. Internships, don't get me excited. I'm looking for executives. Internships don't move my needle unless you're a superstar. Josh. It's mostly Abivax and Sarepta. Yeah, cash value-ish. Can't wait to trade some of these Hong Kong stocks. Next week, probably, Henry. My girl doesn't tell me whenever I ask her. She just makes fun of me. So I'm not gonna tell your viewers. I don't give a fuck about them. I was like, damn, truth hurts. Fuck them. What? What the heck? What'd they do to you? Yeah, I don't know why she got so mean. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do with the sleep schedule, night nurse. I don't care too much about AMD, but I could. Yeah, INQ back to highs again. What's the QNX platform? Is this BB BlackBerry? Assuming you're talking about BlackBerry. I may be doing something on my other screen. I wouldn't call Nebius an insane growth company. It's like a poor man's CoreWeave. How are they suing? Yeah, I don't see anything. That would account for this spike down. Maybe it's on Twitter. I don't see anything specific. I see Novo Nordisk put out a press release. And $14 new lawsuits filed. Novo going to war here. I would imagine HIMSS would keep ticking down. Probably filed in the docket earlier today. Probably should have. They don't mention HIMSS, but they definitely are looking to focus on compounded products. See if I can find any of the suits. Or 13F's coming out today. Did these come out yesterday? They came out yesterday. Let me see. Suing Forever Weight Loss. I don't know if they filed all these yet. Suing Zelfie. I guess
some kind of healthy take on words here. Renew You, Revive You, Link Pharmacy, Gore and Plastic Surgery. These were all known yesterday, by the way. I don't actually see them suing Hims yet. Yeah. I don't see Hims as a party yet, but could take some time to update the dockets. I don't know if they're suing Hims yet. we had the press release on Goodell at 2 o'clock and 4 seconds. But if you
Chick-fil-A.
Yes. Who's reporting? Is AMD? H200 out of capacity. H100.
An important day.
Welcome, everyone, to the Information's TITV. My name is Akash Pasricha. It is Monday, July 28th, and we have got a busy week ahead with earnings and IPOs. We're going to talk about it all. Today on the show, we are sitting down with our very own Corey Weinberg to talk about which venture capital firms stand to be the biggest winners in the big Figma stock market debut that is just days away. We're also going to talk about earnings with our co-executive editor, Martin Pierce. We've got 4 of the Magnificent 7 reporting. We're going to go to him to talk about what he's watching for. And finally, we're going to close out the show by bringing on Stephanie Palazzolo to get a bit of a pulse check on OpenAI. There is always a lot going on with them as usual. I want to start with 2 big headlines that are in the news right now. Samsung will make Tesla's AI6 chip in Texas. That was a deal that Elon Musk himself confirmed on Sunday. The most interesting part about this is that Samsung currently makes Tesla's AI4 chip. The AI5 chip is being made by TSMC, but this next chip is coming right back to Samsung, so that is a big win for that company. And the second headline is that Anthropic is in talks with investors about a funding round that could value the company at $150 billion. That is according to the Financial Times. The company raised money in March at a $61.5 billion valuation, so this would be a big step up for Anthropic. And one of the big parts of this story here is the gross margins that Anthropic has been able to hit. That is some reporting that we did and published earlier this month. I will link that story in the show notes, but it will be very fascinating to see how that fundraise turns out. Okay, let's talk about Figma. One of my favorite traditions here at The Information is that every time a big Silicon Valley tech startup goes public, we publish these really great analytical stories that highlight who the biggest winners are for these IPOs. And today, I want to bring on our Deputy Bureau Chief of Finance, Corey Weinberg, who published that exact story today for Figma, the company that is expected to go public later this week. Corey, it is always a pleasure to have you on here. And I got to say, I really enjoyed this story. I'm excited to talk about it with you.
Thank you, Akash. Great to be here.
So, look, let's just go through it. Who are the big winners? Who are standing to be the big winners in the Figma IPO?
So it's your marquee venture capital firms this time around. The 3 big headline names in this are Index Ventures, Greylock Partners, and Kleiner Perkins. three fairly familiar names to information readers and folks in Silicon Valley. And this was the reason why I was interested in doing this exercise for this Figma IPO is we have not seen an IPO since the IPO boom of 2021, where so many venture capital firms are stand to gain so large of profits from an IPO. In the past couple years, when you've had a hot startup go public, an Instacart, a Reddit, a Service Titan, companies like that, you haven't had VC firms with nearly the same amount of gains as you'll see from Figma.
Well, I mean, let's go through some of the numbers here. We have a great chart actually that sort of shows the history of the company's funding. I mean, you talked about Index, Greylock, and Kleiner Perkins. Talk to me about some of the numbers that you found in terms of how much these firms actually stand to gain.
So all will gain at least $1.4 billion in profit. So each of those three, their stakes at IPO are worth between 1.5 and 1.8 billion, and they all invested $100 million or less. So that's pretty easy math. That's not that complicated. They all stand to gain, sort of in that $1.5 billion arena. And those are the vast majority of the profits that you're going to see for this IPO. In that chart, you see after that Series B round, after that Kleiner Perkins round, it was a pretty big step up in price. That was around that Series C that Sequoia did, and then Andreessen did the D. Sequoia will stand to profit close to $1 billion. They're not hurting. I'm not crying for Sequoia Capital nor Andreessen Horowitz, but this is definitely a case where you see just the benefit of being early. And then the other thing that, sort of what got these three VC firms their big reward, they invested before Figma really had either any revenue or much revenue at all. Index and Greylock invested in Figma before the company had any revenue. Those two firms were connected to CEO and co-founder Dylan Field through some of his early career endeavors, as a teenager even. And then Kleiner Perkins invested when Figma only had 3 or 4 months of revenue. So it was a pretty big, sort of leap of faith that they took, and that's why they can claim $1.5 billion in profit.
So one of the things that I noticed from that chart from your reporting is that at every stage, a different venture capital firm seems to have led the next round. And I wondered, I mean, how common is that? What did you make of that from looking at Figma's history?
It's more unusual compared to these days. I mean, look, we are going back in time a little bit here. This was largely a fundraising period between 2024 and 2019, roughly, where they raised a lot of their capital. And yeah, it was a different time. A lot of times, venture capital firms did not like double down on rounds in the same way that you see these days. I think we've written about this trend a lot. Right now, we see a ton of VC firms kind of doubling down on their winners, so to speak. That didn't happen this time around. And I think it was, sort of possible for, Greylock led the A. They potentially could have led the B. Sequoia could have led the D. Like that could have certainly happened. So it is a bit unusual. That's a good thing to kind of call out there, especially compared to now.
And I mean, you talked about sort of what these VC firms stand to gain and what their stakes would be valued at. I mean, walk us through a little bit, what happens when the company actually goes public. I mean, yeah, do these firms sell right away? Do they have to wait? I mean, how long do they have to wait before they can actually start selling?
That's a really good call out, because it is really important to note that when we're talking about these profits and these gains, for the most part, these are still somewhat theoretical. What happens in an IPO and what will happen in the Figma IPO is most of the shares for existing shareholders, including the VC firms as well as employees, will be locked up for 6 months. They won't be able to sell. There's some different, some IPOs have early lockups or what have you. In this case, some of the firms, and this is listed in Figma's updated IPO filing, all of the major shareholders, the VC firms, are taking some money off the table in the IPO. They are selling a portion of their stake. Not a huge amount, but for instance, I believe Index, which has that $1.8 billion stake, they're selling about 90 million of, in the IPO. That'll be straight cash. And so, that is a nice win for them, but it is, as you said, important to note that we got to see where this thing trades, man. Like I think it'll probably trade well. That's the consensus.
Right.
But we've seen plenty of times where these like gains that we're writing about, some of them get evaporated.
This is a bit of a hot streak for Index.
100%. I feel like it's a bit of a bit of an underplayed story. I'm sure they'll get the word out about it to some degree. That's why they have I'm sure they hire great PR professionals. But it's good for us to note too. Index is on a huge hot streak. They've had this will be the third pretty monumental exit this year. The others being Wiz, the cybersecurity startup that sold to Google for $32 billion, and then the partial sale from Meta for Meta to buying Scale AI, which liquidated a lot of those investors. Both of those exits are in are between I think 1 to 2 billion for Index.
Right. Well, look, I mean, like you said, it'll be interesting to see where the company trades, but it was a really great analysis and report that you put together. Before we let you go, I do want to cover a story that a scoop that you published late last week about Breck. My apology about Ramp. You can see the Freudian slip there. Ramp is the competitor of Brex. The story was about Ramp. And the story was about a new funding round that the company is looking to raise at a $21 billion valuation. Corey, I mean, Ramp just raised money at a $16 billion valuation. This literally just happened. I mean,
Yeah.
they're raising money again?
I know I was surprised when I think Natasha I wrote the story with got the tip on this scoop. I was like, didn't they just raise? Like this happens a lot with AI rounds as a reporter in a hot fundraising environment. Like you hear a rumor of a company raising more money at a higher valuation, and you're like, wait, didn't I just write the story? Wait, I did. We just wrote the story like a month ago at a $16 billion valuation. Now they're raising at 21. And yeah, it's not an AI company. It's a corporate card fintech. So it when I called a source about this, I was like, what's the deal? Like why are they raising so quickly? Essentially the source was just like, look, when they announced this previous round at a $16 billion valuation in June from Founders Fund, Ramp got a lot of inbound from more investors who want to put money in. And I feel like you have these two trends happening. One, investors, VC firms, growth stage firms that have a ton of capital to deploy. We've seen this for the last couple of years. They're deploying it into firms that they think are a safe pair of hands, that they think are going to be winners, that they see as Ramp as a decent bet to reach $100 billion, valuation, or at least like they'll be able to it won't be a failure, so to speak. And you see companies, on the other hand, that have business momentum getting really good at timing the market and
Clean.
FOMO and capturing that momentum and getting really good prices for it. So I think those two things are happening. And then I think something I'm watching is I do wonder if these consecutive fundraisers and this momentum and this amount of cash that they'll now have, if it's gonna lead to some more M&A for Ramp. Like there's nothing, sort of I'm not basing that on any reporting, but I just wonder if they're gonna keep trying to kind of capture the moment and go shopping.
And just before I let you go, I mean, that where I saw the story about Ramp, and I immediately thought about your reporting on Brex, which is another company you've reported on, and they've actually, they made some changes at the company. They've started, growing again very healthily. Just tell us a little bit about that story before we let you go, because I think it's interesting how there's kind of a fintech resurgence happening.
There is. Brex is doing well. I mean, I wrote the story earlier this year. The growth has kind of come back. It's expects to be profitable by year end. It's kind of taken a bit of different direction than Ramp. It's going harder after larger enterprise customers for their corporate card. Ramp is a little bit more SMB, focusing a little bit more on software for like accounts payable and bill pay and stuff like that. So they are diverging a little bit. I think I would expect to see Brex raise, in fairly short order. You would have to think. But it's clear that from a valuation standpoint, Ramp is certainly leaps and bounds ahead.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Corey, for coming on the show. Again, Corey has written a number of these IPO winner stories. He's written them not just for Figma, but also for Instacart and a number of the other companies that have recently gone public. We will link all of them in the show notes. And I want to go to our second guest. It is a big earnings week with 4 of the Magnificent 7 companies reporting this week. We've got Meta and Microsoft on Wednesday. We've got Apple and Amazon on Thursday. All these companies are drastically different, and yet there are often common threads that you can tie between all these businesses. And no one is better at doing that than our co-executive editor, Martin Pierce, who also authors our nightly newsletter, The Briefing. I want to bring on Martin to break it all down for us. Martin, happy Monday.
Hey, Akash. How are you?
I'm doing great. So, look, earnings week, we all know, and so I want to bring her on for a bit of a pulse check on what's going on in the land of Sam Altman. Stephanie joins us from here in New York, just outside. She is with us here in the newsroom. Stephanie, thank you so much for being here.
Of course, happy to be here.
So, look, OpenAI has a ton of product developments going on. I mean, they're working on feels like everything under the sun. You know, they've got a team going at it. GPT-5 is their latest model that you wrote about last week. Tell us a little bit about, what you're hearing about when we can expect GPT-5 and what we can expect from it.
Yeah, definitely. So GPT-5 is the next model that, OpenAI is working on, and we reported last week that it's likely to kind of come out in the next couple weeks. There's been a lot of pressure building, and I think there's very high expectations for this model because it's been so long since OpenAI released sort of the last iteration of this model, GPT 4.0. So in terms of what to expect, this is going to be the first time that OpenAI has combined its kind of traditional LLMs with the O reasoning model. So that means that it'll both be able to, quickly spit out answers like you're used to on ChatGPT, but it also can take extra time to think about more difficult questions, the way it would with O1, O3, and the other reasoning models. So that's kind of what to expect. And this combination of traditional GPT LLMs and the O reasoning models is something that Sam Altman has been wanting to do for quite a while.
And tell us about the significance of that. I mean, why has he been wanting to do this?
Yeah, so he has kind of talked about how this would greatly simplify kind of the user experience. So, today, if you want to use ChatGPT, there's so many models to choose from. There's, agents, deep research, all these different products that let you kind of control how much you want the model to think about hard problems. And so, if you're able to combine all of that into a single model that can decide on its own when it'll need to think extra hard on tough problems and when it can give you an answer very quickly, that would just kind of make the experience a lot simpler for the user, whether it's a consumer using the ChatGPT chatbot or like a developer using the API.
What about on the coding front? How does GPT-5 perform there?
Yeah, so the sources that we talked to for this piece told us that GPT-5 is a step up on a lot of different domains, whether that's, the hard sciences, creative writing, general knowledge. But yeah, one area that really stood out to them was with coding, which has been kind of the most promising and money-making application of generative AI so far. So specifically, we were told that, not only is GPT-5 better on more academic or competitive programming tasks, but it's also better on the more, practical programming tasks that a developer might want to do it in everyday life. So working with, very large and complex code bases that have lots of old legacy code in them, for instance. And that has been something that, OpenAI, I don't want to say has struggled with it in the past, but, an area of improvement for them. And one reason why Anthropic has been able to release models that are so much more popular with software developers and these coding assistant startups like Cursor and Windsurf. And so this is really interesting because if GPT-5 is going to be significantly better at these more practical, everyday programming tasks, that could prove to be bad news for Anthropic. We might see, startups like Cursor, for instance, move over to OpenAI models, and today they're spending, hundreds of millions of dollars every year on these coding assistants. So that's a very large chunk of revenue that could easily, switch from Anthropic to OpenAI and would be a very significant loss for Anthropic and a big gain for OpenAI.
One of the things that really stands out to me about all these models that are coming out is we at the information we as you've done we report about this latest and greatest model that is coming out and how it poses a threat to another company and their latest model. But the fact of the matter is, then that company then comes out with their own model, and it's kind of like the story changes every 2 months. I mean, and I guess this is the latest one we have. I mean, it's who knows what Anthropic comes out with 4 months from now.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that's been the very complicated thing about this market is that it seems like every couple months, one company comes out with a model that leapfrogs the other. And so I think that's been one reason why people have very strong opinions on whether investing in this space is a good idea or not. Because at the end of the day, there's a lot of questions around what the actual moat is if, in 2 months, the other big model developer will release a model that's better than yours. So lots of questions about whether, you know, it makes sense as a business to just keep on making models and be in this like constant rat race with the other model developers, or if you should, like what OpenAI is doing, move more into applications like chatbots, agents, those sorts of things.
Before we let you go, I mean, do we have any sense of the timeline on when GPT-5 will finally become available?
Yeah, that's a big question. It seems like so far things are a little in flux, so I don't want to put an exact date on it, but I think it's fair to say that it should be coming out in the next couple weeks or so. So hopefully by the end of the summer.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Stephanie, for coming on the show. We really appreciate it. That is Stephanie Palazzolo, who authors our AI Agenda newsletter. That does it for today's show. A reminder that we are
Yeah, Teddy, it's a weird thing. All of that software is so entrenched. really don't know, James. I really don't know. I know you've asked me 85 times, but I really don't know.
Oh, nice. Arabic on my screen. Sweet. Alhamdulillah. Pretty good AMD. Bet you it's up. Well, maybe that was expected, but it could be up 5%. I don't know. Margins were a little weird. But margin guidance is really good. I bet you it'll be up 5-10%. Next quarter sounds juicy. Who cares about open? Make sure you try godelterminal.com. app.godelterminal.com. BRB. Yeah, I think Amazon just has warrants, and they exercise their warrants. Yeah, I thought AMD was good. Guidance is really good. And they're saying the margins will be good next quarter, so. No. You asked so many questions about IonQ. It sounds like you're really focused on it. I mean, I'm focused on it too, but I don't think it's that important. It's not everything. More than one stock in the stock market. Oh, there goes IonQ, 45. Wow. Did they buy a position? I'd almost would have expected a press release, but I think they may have exercised a warrant. Oh, wow. No way. Is that true?
I'm rearranging my whole portfolio just so I can short IonQ. Ah, it's back down. Fuck. It's the opposite, right? They reduced their position instead of. Is Amazon 510Q?
You want to refer yourself to
Yeah, I see Amazon had 1.9. They got out. Now they have 854. I think it's coming from a warrant. They had it 2 quarters ago. They had 2 million shares. Then they went to 0. Now they're 854. I think it's a warrant. Not 100% sure though. Yeah, that's what they do, Paul. I mean, it wouldn't make sense that they're... Yeah, you gotta short this. Think about it. Why would it make sense that they have 2 million shares, go to 0, and then reload? Why would they do that? Because IonQ's great? Think about it. Why the hell would they do that? It's a warrant. If they liked the stock, they wouldn't have sold. Sorry. If they liked the stock, they wouldn't have sold 2 million shares 2 quarters ago, right?
It's a no-brainer.
Oh, this guy's blocked, so I can't. Yeah, Amazon was like, no, if we're selling, oh, you know what? Actually, we're gonna buy. Let's go. They had warrants. Like IonQ basically gave them stock to put their stuff in the cloud. I love it. Yeah, they're just cashing out the warrants. If you know anything about investing, it takes about a minute to figure this out. They saw the stock go up, they cashed in 2 million warrants, they sold it. Then they cashed in more warrants for nothing and are selling those. If they liked the stock, they would have held the warrants. Or at least cashed in and held the stock. Does that make any sense? Amazon just doesn't randomly trade shares in publicly held companies. Like, yes, let's buy some of that stock. I saw a Jim Cramer interview. Stop running the cloud company. Stop running the world's biggest retailer. Let's buy 1 million shares of this stock. What do you guys think? Yeah? Good idea? Warrants are basically something you give away to investors to placate them. Otherwise, they wouldn't do the deal. So in this case, they had to bribe Amazon to put their shitty cloud computer, quote unquote, on quantum computer on their cloud. Yeah, Amazon Capital Management. That's So like I said, IonQ said if you put our computer on AWS, we'll give you 2 million free shares, and Amazon was like, okay. Oh Lord. And now you have investors out there celebrating IonQ's stupidity from years ago. Thank you for more money. Appreciate it. You didn't have to send it to 46, but thank you. Thank you. Whoever bought that at 46, I appreciate it. That was nice of you. You guys at 45 too, I appreciate it. Help me come back 2% there. Thank you. Every 2% counts. Look, I mean, of course you should short it, and there's no way I think it can really hurt you too much because the market cap's too much now. I mean, what are they going to do? Company's not worth whatever the fuck shares outstanding they have. Yeah, it was quick. I wish I acted. Well, I acted pretty fast. I just didn't have much liquidity, so I literally had to get out. Yeah, I had to get out of ATYR and ABVX as fast as I could to shore up some liquidity. So now my biggest short is IonQ. Swapped it for ATYR, and I trimmed a little ABVX too. I mean, these are monster positions. That sucks because I paid like 520 for ATYR, now it's 505. Man. Well, whatever. Net, it all worked out.
IonQ's at 40 tomorrow. I'll probably cover it. I did not trim Sarepta because it wasn't my. Usually if I need liquidity, I just go trim my biggest. And it's after market, after hours, so it's really tough. Yeah, it's a bit of a gift. I mean, it's still a gift for a couple bucks.
Let's look at the chart. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. You see this? That's like the Empire State Building. I mean, it's still gonna drop to 42, but most of the juice got squeezed.
Well, I just took out, I mean, I basically just took out a big chunk of liquidity just to do this one quick supersize. I was already short a lot of IonQ. How sad is that, man? Like I said, little bag holders. It's not new to finance, you're new to finance, you know? You don't know what the fuck you're doing. Stop it. You'll hurt yourself. Well, you know, a couple bucks here, a couple bucks there, it all adds up. Let me see. See my like all-time P&L or something for gotta do this. Let me see. Watch, scan. I also don't know. Okay, I think I see this. Okay. Yeah, my IonQ losses are now down to just 2%, which is great. So this was a really good, really nice. Now I still have to, the other big three really clobbered my portfolio, but these, yeah, so after just 2%, so it would be up, if I didn't ever met IonQ, it would only be up a couple percent more. So I basically made back most of my IonQ losses in this account. D-Wave, that's a huge amount to make up. I'm not sure I'll ever make profit on D-Wave, but like I said, I mean, can't be profitable in every stock you trade. That'd be insane. Let me count how many stocks I've traded. Actually, this will be fun. Maybe you guys want to see this. I'll do it on Excel for you. Write the ticker. Let me do it by alphabetical ticker. It's easier. Okay, I've traded 47 stocks in this account. The account's been open around 3 months. Let's look if they're wins or losses. So let's see, I'll just do 1 for a win and 0 for a loss. Oops. Hams is a win. Huma is a big loser for me. Immune, of course, a big winner. D-Wave, massive loss. Okay, so out of 48, I think it was 48, 29 right. Let's see. 29 out of 47, so 62%. That's actually roughly what I average in the long run. It's those couple of big losses that always hit me. That's basically what I batted my whole life. But like I said, it all depends on your it's not just your win-loss ratio. If you watch me for years, you'll see that's almost always my ratio, low 60s, high 50s. No, I'm actually slightly better outside of biotech than biotech, believe it or not. I trade medtech before, I trade healthcare services. Yeah, so I mean, here we could do it. I mean, I'm sure right now it's the case, but let's see. So for biotech, 26 of those were biotech. $17 out of 26, which is 65%, so same shit. Yeah, but there's only a couple biotech binaries a year. Yeah, they don't short, but they basically short when they don't buy, right? Their issue is they have, there's the beta. The beta's gonna always nip at you. Oh man, you're getting a second chance in IonQ. The idiots are like, nah, let me give you some more money, man. Please. Oh, really? Word. You want to give me more of your money? Oh, okay. I guess I have enough. Yeah, I'll get it. Of course, I'll get out of D-Wave at some point. Amazon, I think, exercised their warrants in IonQ. I don't think they bought any shares. They got the shares for like $1. So now they're going to sell them. Yeah, we have a new engineer to do options, Akko, so bear with us while we fix options. We're going to have a really nice options product with historical vol and all kinds of stuff like that. Ask the company for warrants. They like giving them out. They may give you some warrants. They gave some to this Heights Capital company. They may give you some. Yeah, Rice, we have a thing with some Redditors now with ATYR. $1.38 strike warrants. Ooh. The farmer, bro. You think do I know something about Zeldjans? Yeah, I know a lot about Zeldjans. I know everything about Zeldjans. I knew about Zeldjans 10 years before it came out. Zeldjans. Call that TOFA. Remember, the CP690556. Okay, warrants have WARRANTS. You drive me crazy, Peter. Yeah, I think INQ has more shares than that. Maybe in 2 weeks. Scam likely. Can we answer it? Hello? Hello? Who this? Hello? I'm calling. I'm picking up, man. Who's this? You guys are killing me. As I said a million times, Amazon didn't put a damn dollar into IonQ.
Oh, awesome.
Claude ain't got all the answers, man. Get thee to a nunnery. I didn't listen to the call. I don't really watch AMD, man. I mean, the guidance looked really good. They had bad margins. Anyway, I'll be around tomorrow, guys. Have a good night.